Good evening, Canby. Again. Welcome to the November 20th, 2024 City Council meeting. We have a full agenda this evening, work session followed by the regular meeting, and then an executive session for the council. Our work session this evening is going to be reviewing the Housing and Comprehensive Plan update and Special Area J. So Eileen, I will turn that over to you.
Turn it right over to Don.
Perfect. Figured as much, but,
Yep.
you know. Good evening, Mr. Hardy.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, we're going to be reviewing again the second time through work session on the Special Area J in the City of Canby. We're going to focus a bit more on some of the numbers, running some of the numbers that you all asked about on the August 21st work session, which was the last time we met. We have specific input from the Department of Land Conservation and Development regarding potential comprehensive plan map changes, which we discussed on August 21st. So we do have input from them, positive input. And we'd like to receive, we'll give you two options tonight, and I will make a recommendation, but we would like your input so we can proceed ahead with our comprehensive plan work, which will be important as the transportation portion of the comprehensive plan work can't be completed until a decision's made either to do comprehensive plan map changes or to do only policy changes. I did want to point out we don't normally have a whole lot of folks here for work sessions, but we do have some of the major landholders who are within the Special Area J who would be influenced by this and the development that would happen in those areas. So they're here tonight. So with that, I'll get started on the work session piece. And I'm going to start a bit with some background here, dealing with the housing needs analysis and the economic opportunity analysis. Both of these are in play in that there is a concern at the last work session that there may be a diminishment of the acreage for the urban growth boundary expansion, the anticipated urban growth boundary expansion, if there were higher concentrations of residential development, greater densities, and Special Area J. So this gives you just what the housing needs analysis acreages are broken down by low density, medium density, and high density with a total of 73.07 acres. Housing needs analysis has been through the process through the state. It is no longer appealable, and we just received a letter within the last couple weeks from DLCD on this. Similarly, we have the economic opportunity analysis, which has also been vetted through the state and has been through all the processes for appeals, and no appeals were filed for that. And what I would like to point out in specific is the 8.3 acres of needed commercial land that was in the economic opportunity analysis, as this does have an influence on the Special Area J. Again, kind of refocusing on where that, Special Area J is located. It's in the northeastern portion of the city, bounded by 99 Territorial, Haynes Road, and Southeast First. This is a map of the current pre-designations of the Special Area J, and so the dark brown is medium density residential comprehensive plan designation. The yellow is low density residential comprehensive plan designation. Not a kind of a map that is incredibly useful because it doesn't, these designations don't follow property lines, and part of our recommendation will be to do the map changes. I'm just going to give you a prelude of that as another benefit to clean up the lines that are out there. These lines come from the 1984 comprehensive plan map. The mapping was not great back in the day. And so it wasn't really something that was exact, and they didn't have GIS back in the day. And so these are the mapping designations that currently exist out in this area, and would be the designations if there was only a policy level change and not a comprehensive plan map change. I'm going to start to get into a bit more detail about some of the numbers, and I don't want you to worry about all the details here in the table, but just really more to point out that we looked at a couple scenarios for possible comprehensive plan map changes within this area. This was the initial one, which we talked about on August 21st. And it shows the area that's in kind of a purple color being commercial. One of those is Jarbo's Restaurant on the north side of the extension of Walnut Street Extension. I know this is really hard to see. I have a blow up of this in a moment here. And then the south side of that would also butt the 99, and where those two sections where Walnut would go through would both be commercial on both sides of those. And then there would be a mix of designations, kind of a bit hard to see here, but there'd be medium density, a reconfiguration of the medium density and low density residential areas within that area, and another piece that's in brown that's off of Haynes, which is 5 acres, which should be high density residential. I did want to point out that in the current comprehensive plan, even from 1984, there is a call out for a minimum of 12 acres of high-density residential in Special Area J, and another 15 acres additional need for medium-density residential in this area. So that's actually in the current comprehensive plan. So we did look at another scenario, which is scenario 2, and that the only difference between those two is there'd be another 5 acres of high-density residential, again, off of Haynes Road on the right-hand side, next to the area, this rectangular brown location. There'd be another 5 acres to the north of that. And so we did look at a couple scenarios here, and I'm going to go into why we are recommending to stick with the scenario 1, given DLCD's comments. This is a better map of the area, a little cleaner to see the designations that would be if there are comprehensive plan map designations. Again, there's a commercial in the purple area and a kind of reconfiguration of both medium density and low density residential that's been configured from what it is pre-designated as. This is from the community summit. I just wanted to throw this into the mix as well. I think from all the community summits, I believe there's been 3. Arguably, a remix of comprehensive plan designations that is being proposed is, I would say, is consistent with the vision that the community has provided input on to date. This is a bit difficult to read exactly, but you can see commercial along 99, and the colors in there include both medium density residential and mixed use in that area, along with other designations. But generally speaking, I would say there's consistency. I don't expect you to read all this slide. There's a lot of information here. I'm going to focus on a couple things, which is on the left-hand side of that, on the lower left. And this starts to get into what this would mean if we were to do the map changes. There would be about 43 net dwelling units added. And that would be in addition to what it would be if we didn't make the change, and about 86 fewer detached homes, and 129 additional middle housing unit types. And that's the one thing I wanted to point out. And then on the top, I wanted just to point out, same slide on the left, there'd be 7.6 acres of commercial. And on the first slide, there's actually the second slide going back to that. So just in comparison, that's 7.6 acres of commercial, and that would be, bear with me a sec here. That would be compared to 8.3 acres of commercial need for urban growth boundary expansion. So there'd be 7.6 acres that would be developed in this area, and just throwing the 8.3 out because that's going to come back into focus here in a minute. So the next slide, this kind of helps, I think, maybe understanding what this all would mean. So the 73.07 acres, again, is the total expansion area for residential that's needed for urban growth boundary expansion. And what we've done on the second from the right-hand column, you can see that about 8.8 acres of low-density residential land would be removed, and what would end up happening is, in the urban growth boundary sense, that would be actually an additive to the urban growth boundary area because it'd be lost from this adjustment. And at the same time, the medium density and the high density residential areas would end up being reduced. This is for the expansion area, not for special area J. I know this is a bit confusing, but the end result is there's a mix of that. What would end up happening is the adjustment would be, because we would be doing changes to the mapping to increase the amount of medium density residential in special area J, there's a resulting reduction in the need for medium density and also high density when we look at the urban growth boundary expansion area. And let me go a little further, and I know this is a bit complicated because we're talking about two different things here. At the same time, there would be, on the commercial side of things, the 8.3 acres of urban growth boundary expansion area would be reduced by 7.6 acres because that would end up being something that was called out as a need in our economic opportunity analysis expansion. This might help a bit. I'm not sure. This is, again, on the urban growth boundary piece, but another way of looking at this on the slide on the bottom is what you see in the table there is what we originally had in urban growth boundary expansion need based on our housing needs analysis. What we'd end up doing is we'd end up adding 8.8 acres to the urban growth boundary expansion because we're losing 8.8 acres of low-density residential in special area J, and we would end up reducing the amount of medium-density residential by 3.8 acres, and also we would be reducing high-density residential area by 5. I'm going to stop there because you guys look a little like you're pondering this for a question. So what I'm trying to do is, there was a question about, is there a reduction going to happen in the acreage for residential urban growth boundary expansion from these changes? And maybe a backing up a bit on this is, and the answer is there is not an impact on the amount of residential that would happen for urban growth boundary expansion, but the mix of that would change. There would be more in the urban growth boundary expansion that is to happen. There'd be more single-family residential low-density acreage in that expansion for areas not in the city now, based on these changes that would be happening within special area J. Super complicated. This has been vetted with the state, and this is how they see it as well. The bottom line is we don't lose any acreage, but the composition of that, because we're doing changes in the current boundary, it has to be offset mathematically, and this is how it's done. And so this, again, it's a bit of a complicated situation here, and that hopefully answered maybe some of the questions you were thinking about. I'm going to move forward, though, and we'll circle back. So this, again, I've written this out in text. There's a lot of text here, but DLCD's input is they do support, what we're proposing, and they see this as something that can be justified. They did point out that there is a possible potential appeal. They don't know what the likelihood of that would be, and that would be based on, if someone were to appeal this, it would be based on the fact that the housing units that are added to special area J, increasing the number of units overall, could be argued that that's a capacity increase, and therefore we should be reducing the overall urban growth boundary expansion acreage. So this kind of gives, again, a bit of a breakdown of this, is that there would be 8.8 acres, again, of the mix. The mix of this is 8.8 acres would be more, 8.8 8.8 acres would be added to low-density residential, would be to the previous amount of low-density residential need, and 3.8 acres would be reduced for medium-density residential and 5 acres for high-density. So the result in the net would be 65 acres of low-density residential in the expansion area versus 56 previously, 4.3 acres of medium-density residential, and 3.42 acres of high-density residential. And then on the commercial side, essentially, we would take the 7.6 acres that would be out there of the 8.3 need, and there'd still be about an acre of need left, 0.7 acres. A lot of math here. Sorry for this. It's a bit complicated.
No, this last slide was, I think, boiled it down.
Okay, good. And if you have questions on that, I want to speed through this. I knew this was going to be challenging.
We're basically squeezing one area to add more to another.
Yeah, you're giving, it's the mix, and this is how the state sees it in terms of, I mean, they're not treating this as a housing efficiency measure per se, but this is kind of their way of saying, yeah, we'll let you do this, but we're not going to ding you for it. That's essentially what this equation is.
So with,
Go ahead. No,
so with on the bottom bullet point there, there would still be a need of almost an acre of commercial need.
There still would be an acre of commercial need.
Now, is that
and
something we need to meet?
that would be another acre we would need to meet. And again, yes, we would need another acre of commercial land, even beyond what would be changed in map designations.
So where do we pick up that acre of land?
That could be on the east side of town. This
Is
goes
that
back.
just expanding the?
Yeah, I mean, along Haynes Road, there's many areas that could happen. And again, I wasn't hoping to not go into the full UGB expansion thing, but there's a lot of land that's being studied. Employment lands, including industrial and commercial, there's plenty of lands to pick up.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that's something staff's not concerned about. So this gets back to the options here, which is, the options are doing comprehensive plan map changes, which would be just the map itself, not zoning. And so I don't want this to be complicated. So what that would mean is if the map changes were baked into the comprehensive plan which is for the current city limits and current urban growth boundary and adopted, an applicant would then have to come back and do the standard process, annexation, rezone, and development concept plan. So they'd have to go through that process. We are not rezoning it, but we would map change it, and then that would end up being baked into our comprehensive plan process. Some jurisdictions do that and make map changes to their comprehensive plan processes. Some don't. It's not consistent in Oregon. And so that's something that does happen. It would be vetted through that process, through the normal comprehensive plan update process. You're not adopting the map changes tonight. We're just trying to get direction for that from you all. And that this would go through all the public hearings, et cetera. It'd be tested for transportation. And one thing I did want to bring up, which is kind of interesting, is in 2005, there was a TGM master planning process that was done for the same area. It was never completed, and I just received a letter this week from Department of Land Conservation and Development, and John Williams was a planning director at that time here, and basically he was writing a letter back to DLCD saying we are not completing this process at this point because the transportation infrastructure is just not in place. Thus, we fast forward, roughly 20 years, and now we have Walnut Street Extension going through, which is the capacity that I think it was missing at that time. So that is another unique aspect of this, is the Walnut Street Extension is going through that area, and this provides an opportunity to clean up the boundaries that are kind of a mess because the medium density and low density don't follow property lines, and it also allows us, with the willingness of these property owners, we're not doing this on our own, this was their vision, to make these changes in the map change process, which should make it a bit easier for fulfilling the vision of this area versus the other option, which would be option 2, which would just be create more policies for special area J, go through, and they'd have to do a comprehensive plan change to what's out there, or the pre-designation. They'd have to do a rezone and development concept plan with their annexation. So that would be option 2. I'm going to go through the pros and cons here just briefly. So for option one, which would be the map change, it would expedite special area J, and I think in terms of the process, and provide that, I think, more surety of the housing variety. This clearly is something, I think, from a housing needs analysis, housing production strategy level, would be something that would provide a better variety of housing that I think is badly needed in the city as well. This, again, would have to go through all the steps in the process, but it would provide that opportunity in an area that has not been substantially developed yet. Like I mentioned before, it would clean up the comprehensive plan designations to follow property lines, and so for our cohesive future residential development versus us trying to figure out exactly where those lines should be, because that's going to have to be cleaned up no matter what in the comp plan process. And it wouldn't result in reduced UGB acreage for residential, but like you all mentioned, it would be a different mix. Arguably, having more low-density residential land in the expansion area may actually be a bit favorable, considering that those areas that are being looked at for expansion likely would be in the northwest quadrant of the city, and those are largely low-density. The con would be the greater possibility of an appeal from outside groups. We have no idea really how significant this is. This is kind of in the weeds in a way, and so somebody have to really be looking for this. It doesn't mean that there wouldn't be an appeal, but I think it's not like this is massively controversial. I think if we went with scenario 2 that we are talking about with the extra 5 acres of apartment land, and that would actually push us over the acreage that we need, that would put us probably on the radar screen. This is all pretty justifiable, I think, from our perspective, and DLCD agreed with that. So option 2, again, pro for that, this is the map change piece only. I'm sorry, not the map change, but this is the policy change only. And this would not be the map changes. It would, again, not result in any urban growth boundary acreage reductions, and again, even less likely to be appealed. It would provide some certainty for future development, but it's much more difficult to create an exact policy direction when you don't have exact map designations. We could put policies together for this. It would probably create a bit more uncertainty for the development of this area, and I would anticipate that would take longer to develop. And it's finally, again, the pre-designations are pretty difficult because they're not following property lines. We also have willing property owners that are willing to do this, which is also very valuable. We're not forcing anyone's hand here. So that leads us to the council decision. That was a lot. And on our recommendation as staff, just kind of going back, we think the map change would be the way to go. That would be our recommendation. We are open to your input on this discussion, but I think from all the things that have changed in 20 years, Walnut Street's coming in, the fact that the designations out there, we're supposed to have more multifamily and more medium density residential, even with our current comp plan, the fact that Jarbo's restaurant is not zoned correctly, or not designated correctly, it's not commercial, it's residential. It would clean up a lot of that, and I think it is also arguably, I think, consistent with the visioning that we've seen in the community summits for what people believe should be in that area. That being said, I think it would also be something that would be taken through the process, and it's not done until it's done, until you all say the comp plan is blessed, so it'd be going through that vetting process. I'm not saying you would change your mind in that process, but it'd give an opportunity for you to input later in that. And so this is a lot to absorb, but I'm going to stop there.
Eileen, you had a comment?
Yeah, a question for Don and a statement, I guess. So we wanted to present both these options to the council, but what I'm hearing, Don, if I understand correctly, of the two, you are recommending option 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Patton, you had a question? Your hand was up earlier.
Yeah, so the way I understand, first of all, reviewed all this and did they have a preferred option?
They have not reviewed this, no. And,
Okay.
yeah, this has been just vetted with you all.
Okay, so just so I make sure I've got my head wrapped around this before I ask this question. What we're saying is if we make changes to this, it could change once everything is all done, get our urban growth boundary expansion. That they say originally, you're gonna have this many acres of medium density and high density residential, but because you're doing this over here, now we're gonna reduce those options over here in the larger urban growth boundary expansion. Is that correct?
That is correct, yep.
Okay, so my next question is, once the urban growth boundary expansion is complete, and all the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed, and 3 or 4 years later down the road, is there anything that stops us from saying, thank you for your initial input, but we have decided that we need more medium density or high density residential. So these areas over here that you said were originally were gonna be low density residential, we're actually going to go through the process of changing our minds and allow these to be medium or high density residential. And the reason I ask that is because I look at what happened with the industrial land that was over by the post office, where that development was built down in what is oftentimes referred to as the condo pits, and then the apartment complex that was built behind Fred Meyer. Those were originally high density, those were originally zoned industrial, and then we went through the process of changing that designation. Can we do something similar after all this is said and done?
There obviously would be some coordination with DLCD on some of these. And some of this, to be honest with you, depends on when we would do the actual changes. Are we going to do it as part of the urban growth boundary expansion, or would it be after the urban growth boundary expansion is completed? The answers to those could be different. And so if it's part of the urban growth boundary expansion, we would definitely have to go to the table with DLCD. I have a sense that given the housing issues that we're dealing with in the state, they would be encouraging us to densify. So I think there would not, my personal opinion would be the DLCD would not have an issue with that, of changing the mix yet again and saying, yeah, I know you have a deficit, but we're encouraging you to densify.
Are you talking about before or after?
This would be like during the urban growth boundary expansion process. So they would be involved. The decision would not have been made.
Okay, because I guess what I'm saying is, after the decision is made, after everything is all
Yeah.
set up, are we then somehow tied to that, and we can't make a decision 5-10 years down the road that, oh, whoops, no, we actually need more high density residential? And by then, all of that is done.
I think that there is some latitude once the decision is made and it's in our boundary. It's a bit complicated because near term, we are not subject to having to redo our housing needs analysis and housing production strategy, which we've not yet adopted, but those will be due, I believe, in 2030 and 2031. So there's a bit of an interim piece here. Post that, things might look different on our allocations, which we're not currently subject to because we're ahead of that process. We did sequential urban growth boundary expansion. So the long and the short of it is, in the next 6 to 8 years, we probably can make those decisions independently. But once that's done, we may have a different landscape.
Okay.
Council President Hensley, any questions?
No, actually, my question's already answered.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Councilor Sassy?
I'm good.
Don, could you back it up a couple of maps for me, please? To the, just I want to see the
This one?
highway, nope, the map of the area.
Okay.
That'll work.
Oh, sorry.
Back,
Two little scenarios.
that one's perfect. So previously, the highway commercial designation area was larger than this, was it not?
For the community, well, there's actually, there's two things going on. There really is no commercial designation out there whatsoever. Jarbo is a non-conforming use in that, even in the county. He's in the county now. There is no commercial zoning at all in this area currently.
Okay. Okay, for some reason, I thought we had like a highway commercial, thank you, sounds like overlay. That is not the case, that was purely something that would be a wish list item.
In the 2005 plan that was shown with the same thing, never adopted by council, again, back to the fact that transportation issues were significant enough that they felt they couldn't justify it. And I think that probably was appropriate at that time to say we need to pause it, because I think the Walnut Street, and I know there's other names for that road, back in the day, but that is the critical link to this property.
Okay. All right. I don't think there are any other questions.
Aren't the churches considered commercial, or they're not? They got to be in there, don't they?
Well, the commercial, churches are unique. They can be developed by conditional use permit.
Okay.
And so they have some institutional character to them. Our preference is to keep that in that character, because that creates a whole lot of other problems, et cetera. If we make that commercial, or other designations, it really convolutes this. Whereas if we're dealing with the residential and the commercial, which are clearly articulated in the housing needs and economic opportunity analysis, it's much easier to deal with. I have no issue with churches can be essentially, they're either pre-existing non-conforming, legal non-conforming, or they can be authorized by conditional use permit. So there's really no downside to the church.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're a little thin up here tonight, Don, to make a decision, but I think, so with that being said, I mean, what are the next steps here, Don?
I would like, if I'd like to get, if this means, coming back again, hopefully we could get some input tonight from you all, but just like the general direction of what you all are thinking, to give us direction. So we either move the map changes forward, or we'd start developing policies, and it's at your discretion.
Okay. Councilor Patton, your hand's up.
Yeah, so for me, I think number one, if staff's recommendation is option number one, I think, I am comfortable with moving forward with that, knowing that ultimately, once everything is stamped and dotted and stuff, we still control our destiny, and that, based on what I have heard, if we say, hey, the formula has changed, and now 7 years later, we need to take this area that was medium density residential and turn it into high density residential, there's a process for us to be able to do that. And the LCD or the state or whatever can come back and can't come back and say, you can't do that because you didn't decide to do that back, way back when. So I'm fine with option number one.
Don, option one gives us the most flexibility.
I think it does. I feel like it would help define this better, and I think it would give, it's one of the few areas in the city that actually has been looked at for some time, and I think it would help fulfill what I think we're visualizing out there with Walnut going through.
Okay. Councilor Patton, you had something else?
Yeah, one last thing. You had said that there are landowners from Area J there in the audience. And I'm assuming that you folks have had conversations with them about this. So I guess my question is, ultimately this will impact them. Do they have a preferred option? Are they more comfortable with option number one or two? what is their input? Because ultimately, it's going to impact them, the most initially because it's their land.
And I know we don't normally do this, but I'm willing to, if you all are willing to have them speak, I'm good with that. Or do you want me to characterize that?
I would
Well, I mean,
rather,
have you had conversations with
Yes,
them?
no, we've had many conversations with them, and I'm glad to characterize it. Yeah, I mean, so there's residential development that's planned by Polish Homes, and we've been talking with them for at least a year on this.
And so they don't have problems with option number one?
No, they actually are encouraging option number one because it will help with the visualization of what that area would look like.
Okay, well, for me, I mean, that just cements it even more. I mean, I don't own land out there. What gives me the right to tell them, I mean, if that is the majority of their wish, I say we need to do that. It's their land.
Councilman Hensley? You have an opinion?
It sounds like option number one, it gives us the most flexibility. If the area residents and property owners want that option one, I don't have any reason to go against that. Option two doesn't appeal to me more than one, so I'm fine with one.
Counselor Sassi?
One, anytime it says policy changes, that says headache and time. We don't need it. So, one.
Well, and I, not only is it headache and time, I think it opens us up for what we've had happen a couple of times with developers coming in and, working us over on our own policy and code because, whatever reason. So, I think the mapping piece for me is the better way to go than the policy aspect.
So if you all are comfortable, we will move ahead with that. I mean, obviously, this is not the final decision or there's hearings, and there'll be a lot of public input, including additional community summits that we will have. I think there's 2 more that we're intending to have next year, followed by hearings and planning commission and city council. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think with who is here, there's, preference for option one for you to go
And Counselor Stearns is on as well. I'm not sure if he heard that or just didn't want to ignore you.
Give his 2 cents.
Counselor Stearns, yeah.
Perhaps he has been.
Daniel,
at
have you
least
been
read the
listening to this
staff
work
report.
session?
Currently, I think I'll go with what the staff recommends on that. Yeah,
Okay.
the other option unnecessarily complicates things.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks, Don, appreciate it. Okay. Think there's anything else on this topic, Eileen, for tonight? Okay, well, that concludes our work session this evening. Thank you all for coming. We will convene our city council meeting here in about 20 minutes. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
Good evening, Canby. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting for November 20th, 2024. City Council has already held a work session this evening, and so we're going to be getting to our regular scheduled business for this evening, and then we'll be having an exec session afterwards. I am 0 for 3 tonight. So every time, I know Lee's here often, he gets it. Like, I have to count in the video team so they can start the recording on or putting it on YouTube and all that stuff. And so that's why I counted in. And I didn't do that for our work session, so I had to backtrack. And now I've forgotten to turn my mic on for this one. So I'm batting 1,000. So you all heard what we got going on? Great, then I'm not going to repeat it. It's a busy night for us. We'll just leave it at that. If you please stand for the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for this great community. I thank you for everyone that has gathered here this evening. And I ask that you please, since we are honoring and swearing in a couple of police officers this evening, to please keep our first responders and especially our police officers safe and sound every day, and that they come home safely to their families. I ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You can be seated. So next on our agenda is new employee introductions with a swearing-in kicker. George, I believe that's you.
Yes. You ready?
You're up, sir. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You know, this is one of my favorite things to do, is swearing in and introducing some new officers, and we got a couple tonight. I moved that for Gordon so he could hear me. So first I'm going to call up Wyatt Parker. Come on up. All right, so Wyatt actually started with us back in May, right? Beginning of May of this year. He had attended the police academy and graduated from the academy on October 4th. He's currently in the field training phase and assigned to a field training officer, learning lots of procedures, lots of stuff about our city, and making his way. So it's an exciting time. A little bit about Wyatt. So he grew up in Pineville, Oregon, but has strong ties to Canby. Pretty interesting. His parents grew up here in Canby, and his grandparents still reside here. So he has been visiting Canby since he was born. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Before joining us, he was, officially a logger, lumberjack?
Just depends on the day.
Anyways, he had his own tree trimming and removal business. And now he decided to become a police officer. One thing that I really remember about his interview, we always ask officers how many places, or new people, how many places they've interviewed and applied at. And most, trying to be a police officer, interview at several places. Wyatt tells me 2 places, Prineville and Canby, because he wanted to work at places that he cared about. So, which is really, I thought that really cool, and it really stuck a chord to me. He also told me he wanted to become a police officer because he has witnessed the positive impact his mother has made on the youth throughout her work in the Oregon Youth Authority. And he wanted to make a similar difference for the people here in Canby. Outside work, Wyatt enjoys hunting and working with his dogs. I think he has some family here. Would you like to introduce him real quick, or?
Yeah, I got my girlfriend, Alyssa, my mom's here, and then I have my grandparents as well.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. All right, you can stand back here, and then I'll introduce the other officer. Kyler Boyd, come on out. All right, so Kyler Boyd, he actually is a lateral officer that he came from Salem. So we're super happy to have a lateral officer where he was trained up in Salem and they paid for the academy and all that, and now he's over with us. But a little bit about Kyler, right? He was born and raised here in Canby. He attended Trost, Lee, Baker Prairie, and Canby High School. I got to mention, some people know Kyler up here on the dais. So he's related to some pretty important people here in Canby. One, his grandfather was a longtime pastor here in Canby named David Stagmeyer, right? He passed away recently, but he has done a lot for our community.
Yeah.
And that is, yes, his grandson. So the other one is by marriage, he ended up being, let's see, where is he at? Dr. Davies is his grandfather-in-law. And those of you who know Dr. Davies, right, longtime doctor in town, served the community for many years, he retired. But one of the things that Dr. Davis did start was a Dr. Davis Emergency Responder Fund. And that is a fund that we use in emergency situations to help families out. And we're really grateful for what he's done to the community. All right, back to Kyler though now. After graduation, he attended Chemeketa College, earned a degree in fire science. Here's the best part. After working a few years as a firefighter, he saw the light and discovered that police work was way better.
Jim's not here.
We're gonna have to play this back for Jim.
Yes, I know, he's not even
He's at
here.
the fire board meeting, he'll be here soon.
So, like I said earlier, applied, he got hired at Salem, and he was there for about a year and a half until he came on to our department. He officially joined us on October 7th. He told me that he feels at home working in Canby. This is a community that he loves, grew up in, and still lives in. He is married to Megan, and they have two precious girls. I think Megan is at least here, and some of your family you want to introduce. It might take
Yeah,
forever.
I won't introduce
all
some
of them.
officers, a lot of them, but I have my direct family, my brother-in-law, our children, my extended grandparents, mother and father-in-law. Yeah, all sit in the back corner, but I appreciate them being here.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. So outside of work, he enjoys playing games, shooting guns, spending time with his girls. He told me that he's thrilled to have been given this opportunity and will serve this community wholeheartedly when we are thrilled to have him.
For sure.
Next step, we are going to have the judge come on up and do the honors of swearing these fine gentlemen in.
So you got the certificates already?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
No, you got,
You gotta come up.
sorry.
Okay.
It's not too late, but you do have to step up. Okay, raise your right hands, please. And repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Kyler Boyd,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and uphold the constitutions
that I will support and uphold the constitutions
of the United States and the state of Oregon,
of the United States and the state of Oregon,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Canby,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Canby,
remaining in compliance with professional standards
remaining in compliance with professional standards
established by the department's mission,
established by the department's mission,
values, and professional code of ethics,
values and professional code of ethics,
department policies and directives,
department policies and directives,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the police officer for the city of Canby, Oregon.
Sorry, I missed that part.
I said it wasn't too late, but maybe it is.
Yeah,
As police officer of the city of Canby, Oregon,
as a police officer of the city of Canby of Oregon,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Graff.
Glad to have you guys aboard.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing you.
Yeah.
One more thing, we like to do a pinning of badges, so we like to invite whoever you want to actually pin your badge, so
Yeah, so I'll be having my wife.
go. And how about you, Wyatt?
I'm gonna have my girlfriend.
All right. There you go.
Pictures?
All right, we officially welcome you to the City of Canby. Before we go, is there anything you guys would like to say?
Just look forward to serving the community.
Yeah, other than just going off what Wyatt said, I'm just appreciative to be part of the team and serve this community. I've heard quite a bit of other outside agencies and people in the community that say, man, we don't like going through Canby because your officers are awesome. So I'm happy to be a part of the team.
Thanks. Welcome.
Yeah, congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you. Now, generally, Chief Tro, my understanding is there's a reception for the officers and their families afterwards. Is that correct?
There is, and if they want to go out now into the Willamette room, we have some cake and refreshments out there. So feel free to leave now.
Yep, I will pause momentarily. Everyone's more than welcome to stay.
We're very entertaining.
All right. Thank you, Chief Tro. Thanks, Judge Graff, who I think already left. So, I know.
First in line for cake.
I'll give it another 30 seconds here. The other, I guess the other new employee, we'll put employee in quotes this evening, is our city attorney representative, Barry Elsner and Hammond. This is Emily, and I'm totally going to butcher it.
That's okay,
Guymont, thank you. So she is part of the Barry Elsner and Hammond law firm that we've contracted with, that will be helping us out and making sure that the council stays on the straight and narrow. So, but it is a tall order, so welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to have you here. Next on the agenda, I'm sorry, is there any other new employees that we're missing this evening? Okay. Next on the agenda is a proclamation for the Shop Local Canby and the Small Business Saturday. Whereas the City of Canby, Oregon celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 34.7 million small businesses in the United States. Small businesses represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees. Small businesses are responsible for 61.1% of net new jobs created since 1995. And small businesses employ 45.9% of the employees in the private sector of the United States. Whereas 60 cents of every dollar spent at a small business in the U.S. stays in the local community, and every dollar spent at small businesses creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity as a result of employees and local businesses purchasing local goods and services. Whereas 59% of U.S. consumers aware of Small Business Saturday shopped or ate at a small independently owned retailer or restaurant on Small Business Saturday in 2023. And whereas Canby, Oregon supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas the City of Canby acknowledges the importance of shopping locally throughout the holiday season, with the Shop Local Canby program set to run from November 30th, 2024 through January 2nd, 2025. And whereas advocacy groups as well as public and private organizations across the country have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now therefore, I, Mayor Hudson, Mayor of Canby, Oregon, do hereby proclaim November 30th, 2024 as Small Business Saturday and urge the residents of our community and communities across the county and country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday, celebrating its 15th year in 2024.
and shop small throughout the year, dated this 20th day of November, 2024. Jamie, I believe Tyler will be handling it. And before I do that, I do want to read something from the Canby Area Chamber of Commerce on why small business matters. Every business started as an idea that became a dream, that grew and grew into a fully fledged business. That's what makes being an entrepreneur something remarkable. People who have vision, ambition, and the determination to make their dreams a reality. They are the very fabric of our nation and our communities. They come from all backgrounds, all walks of life, and the ones who make it are those that keep honing their craft, continuously learning new skills, advancing their know-how, connecting with people, dusting themselves off, and pivoting with the economic ups and downs that inevitably ebb and flow over time. Those left standing know the meaning of grit, hardship, sacrifice, and loss. But they also know the joy of making their first sale, turning the key to open the door of their first brick and mortar business, buying their first delivery van, hearing someone compliment on the handcrafted item made from time-honored skills, or the simple satisfaction of hearing, after the first bite of a meal prepared from a recipe handed down through their family. The Canby Area Chamber of Commerce has been in business for over 100 years, and we too are running a small business here in Canby. We are proud to share that we have a handful of local, family-owned businesses that started out small and have been side-by-side community partners with us for over 75 years. We know that they have seen hardships during that time, but their resiliency is a testament to their drive to keep moving forward. You might know them as Canby Builders Supply, Cutsforth's Market, Hulbert's Flowers, and Swan Island Dahlias. When we take the time to build from our support of local businesses, entrepreneurs, family-owned and family-run small businesses, we get to enjoy a unique experience. We get to delight in giving a unique gift to our family or friends, something special that was made with investment of time, love, and pure fortitude. While Small Business Saturday is earmarked once a year, it is important to remember that these are the businesses that support our economy year-round. When they grow, more jobs are created, which means payroll taxes and employee spending go right back into our local economy. When workers earn better wages, they can purchase homes, grow their families, buy a new car, all of which continue the cycle of economic stability for our community. When small businesses reach a comfortable growth stage, they don't forget the people who supported them and who they've connected with over the years, and are more likely to support local businesses and causes by giving back. As they grow, so grows funding and support for education, community resources, improvements, and the overall well-being of our city. Small businesses also contribute to our community's distinct identity and sense of place. Places to gather over coffee, to experience genuine and personal customer service, and knowing exactly where to go when you need something. We love seeing our local business owners collaborating and cross-promoting their products or services because they see beyond the competition and work together to support one another. That is the true spirit of community. Today, we proclaim November 30th as Small Business Saturday, but every day we can choose to support our local area businesses to help our community grow together. And that's from Belinda Goody, Executive Director, CEO of the Canby Chamber of Commerce. I agree 100%. So Tyler, I will bring this to you.
All right.
You have a couple of things to say?
Yeah, perfect. I have a presentation ready to go.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the proclamation. We know how important it is for Small Business Saturday and supporting our local businesses. And we appreciate the words expressed from the local Canby local area Chamber of Commerce, as they've been great partners in our efforts along multiple efforts that we've done together. So we have been longstanding partners with the American Express for the Small Business Saturday, and it's been 3 years now, where we have really put effort into making this not just a one-day thing. We know how important it is to spend our local money at our local businesses, so that way it stays local. And we want this to be a consistent thing that has been, that's a habit for our local residents and visitors to Canby. And so 3 years ago, we started the Shop Local Canby, and it's starting again this year. And we just want to let everybody know what's going on, how they could participate, and get rewarded for shopping here locally in Canby. It's kicking off on Small Business Saturday, November 30th, and that'll go through January 2nd. So it prolongs that period of time, creating a habit so that way they could do that through the whole year. And you could do your Christmas shopping in Canby, when you have friends and family and loved ones, going out to our local restaurants and eateries. And then we hit Christmas, and then you get to, spoil yourself with what you need after Christmas. So we got until January 2nd on First Thursday Night Market. It'll end on that time at 8 p.m. So the Shop Local Canby, it's the you could get your Shop Local Canby card at all the participating businesses. And what it is that when you make a purchase of $10 or more, you will get a stamp. And once you've completed 10 stamps, that card is completed, and then you would submit it into one of those participating businesses. And so you can get multiple punches throughout the day. You just can't get 10 punches with one business. So you can go get your coffee at one business and spend $10. That'll get you a stamp, and then go and get your groceries at another one. 10 businesses, and you get your stamp card filled out. And that'll actually, you could do as many cards as you want through this time period. We're not limiting on how many cards you could fill. So to incentivize visitors and residents to participate in this campaign, we are partnering with the businesses. They have contributed either like a product or service related to their business, or they have provided a $50 gift card to their establishment. So with over 40 businesses participating, there's a high rate of chance for you to win some kind of prize to a local business. Some of these efforts, so we have changed up a little bit of our efforts this year. We wanted to get this in the hands of our residents here in Canby, and so we mailed this card out directly to 10,088 addresses here in Canby, 2,429 in Aurora. And that is through our partnership with Active Media, getting into the Canby Advantage, and we appreciate that partnership that we have with them. And so we're promoting this on our social media pages and our newsletter, and we look forward to everyone participating in this and supporting our local businesses and letting this be something that is creating a habit, because we know that our local businesses can't just survive off of one day of support. They need us throughout the whole year. So with those efforts, we also wanted to let everyone know kind of some of our other efforts of economic development, and that has coincided with this. And throughout town, you may have noticed that the flower baskets have been taken down and new banners were put up. I really want to give a shout out to our Public Works team and our Parks team. They do such an amazing job every year of putting up those beautiful baskets and creating beauty in our downtown area. And then also the time and effort it takes to put up new banners. And so as we strategized our initiatives of economic development, we put together the mirror exposure effect. And so what that is that people make decisions subconsciously just based on what they see. This is why there's such success with billboards and, high rate of commercials that you'll see over and over again on whatever device you're using or platform you're using, you'll see the same ad over and over again. And there's a strategy to that. And so we wanted to put that into effect here in Canby. And what better way to do that than to promote our local establishments through that marketing effort. And so you will see these banners throughout town. And we just wanted to go over the 4 different ones that you'll see. And the first one being shop. And, you know, that's pretty simple. We want you to shop and spend money at our local businesses, whatever that might be. If it's a clothing place or our local groceries, whatever that might be, we want to promote that. And then on the side, we want to like reiterate, shop, dine, play. And then there's the scan tool that you could get onto our website and learn more about our local businesses and our efforts there. So the first one being shop, our second one being dine. And, you know, we put, of course, a delicious burger and a great-looking ice cream cone, which you could get at multiple different places here in Canby. And again, with our website and scanning and going from there. And also welcoming people to Canby. We want to make sure that everybody feels welcome as they come into Canby, so we want to just put that out there. Welcome to Canby, shop, dine, play. And then this one being play. This is from one of our beloved events, the Canby's Big Night Out Street Dance. We caught a great picture of one of the kids dancing, and it just illustrates a good way of having great activity here in Canby. And then golfing, there's multiple places to play golf. We have such great beauty here in Canby, so it's illustrating that as well. And then lastly, staying. The longer you stay, the longer you're going to spend money, or the more you're going to spend money and spend time here, shopping, dining, and playing. And again, one of our great events, this is the Canby's Independence Day celebration, where basically you can't even get a picture of the road because it's filled with crowds. And so we wanted to just remind people to stay in Canby as they're here. And so with this, I just want to reiterate, we're so excited for Small Business Saturday, our partnership with American Express on November 30th. So come out to Canby, November 30th, get your Shop Local Canby cards and start your shopping then. And that'll go through January 2nd for Shop Local Canby. And it's so important to spend your dollars here locally, because 67 cents on the dollar stays in Canby, and that's a huge percentage. So it supports our local community, and we appreciate everybody doing it. So we look forward to seeing you here in Canby, and we invite you to come and spend your money here.
Great. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Any questions, or we good?
No, we're
okay.
good. Thank you
I'll
for
just
that.
hand you guys a couple
I was
cards.
gonna
That way you
say.
guys have those. And
I didn't get one in that.
so, thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is citizen input and community announcements. This is an opportunity for audience members to address the city council on items not on the agenda. If you are attending in person, please complete a testimony card, which I now have in my hands. Podium is located right there in front of Christie and behind Lee. So if you want to fill out a yellow card, please bring it over to our city recorder. If you are wanting to address us online or virtually, please contact the deputy city recorder by 4:30 on the nights of our city council meeting with your name and the topic that you would like to speak on. Just again, reiterate that keep things to 3 minutes, please, and address the mayor on any comments. And if we can address things this evening, we will try to do that as best we can. First card I have is Christy Smith with the Transgender Day of Remembrance. Good evening, Christy.
Good evening. So my name is Christy. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here this evening to represent Canby Pride and read a statement on behalf of the community. But before I begin, I'd like to quickly explain the difference between Transgender Day of Visibility and that of the Day of Remembrance. Much like Veterans Day and Memorial Day, one is set aside to celebrate a group of people, whereas the latter is to remember those that have been killed. In this case, we are remembering people who were murdered because they are trans. Anti-transgender violence is uniquely pervasive in that it targets individuals solely for existing as themselves. Unlike other forms of violence, which may stem from various motives, anti-transgender violence is rooted in deep-seated prejudice against a person's very identity, making it one of the most personal and devastating forms of hatred. My hope for Canby is that someday our leaders will set aside their personal beliefs and religious biases so that they may stand up for a community under attack. Our statement tonight reads as follows. Today, on Transgender Day of Remembrance, we honor the lives of transgender individuals lost to acts of violence or by suicide, often for no other reason than the courage to live openly and authentically. This day serves as a solemn reminder of the challenges that transgender community continues to face and the work that remains in ensuring safety, dignity, and equality for all. Transgender people, especially transgender women of color, are disproportionately affected by violence and suicide. And the tragic loss of even one life is a loss to our entire community. This year alone, from October 1st of 2023 to September 30th of 2024, 350 reported individuals worldwide, 41 in the United States, have had their lives taken. Those individuals are our friends, neighbors, colleagues, and loved ones. The City of Canby has a duty to foster an environment where everyone can live without fear, knowing that they are valued and respected. This Transgender Day of Remembrance, the residents of Canby stand in solidarity with the transgender community and all those who support their rights. We believe that taking a stand against violence and discrimination does not require complete understanding, only a shared humanity with a commitment to justice and respect. Our community deserves leadership that reflects these values and publicly denounces any act of hatred or intolerance. We invite all Canby residents to reflect on the lives of those lost to anti-transgender violence and to join us in creating a safe, inclusive, and compassionate community for everyone. By honoring those lost, we recommit ourselves to building a future where statements such as these are no longer necessary.
Thank you, Christy, appreciate it. The next card I have is for Ron Yarbrough. Proposal of the pink dogwood tree.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. Since coming to Canby, I've really seen the beauty of the inner part of the city, the older north part of town, and the southern older part of town, where there's a lot of pink dogwood trees. And I even planted one in my front yard. And so I was thinking, in keeping with the theme of the garden spot, that the city really doesn't have anything that I know of. There might be something that draws people in. And so I was thinking, well, what if the city adopted a tree like the pink dogwood tree, or a combination of trees that would enhance the garden spot with color? And so I asked around, and I couldn't find anybody that knew that the city had adopted a tree, like the state has a state tree, and it has a state bird and all that kind of stuff. And I was thinking, well, why can't Canby adopt the pink dogwood tree as the the tree of the city. And so I started checking around, and I just said, well, I'm going to do it. And so here I am. And, the two things that I think that this would do for the city, one, it would help beautify the city even more than it already is. And two, it would help. I think of the apple blossoms in Washington, D.C. When the pink dogwoods come in bloom, everybody, it's going to take a while. We'll think that, okay, well, let's go to Canby and look at the pink dogwood trees that are around town. And that would promote tourism, get people into town, and also get them out to the Dahlia Farm and all the other things that we have here that a lot of people don't know about. So that's what I'm here for. And I would be happy to work on any committees that you decide to create to review this or to look at it and to maybe get something established to where we could have a city tree or trees.
Ron, thank you. Question for you, sir.
Yeah.
Have you brought this up to the Parks Board?
I did.
Okay.
Last night, I was at their meeting and proposed it to them, and everybody was really happy with it. I also met with a lady, you know her name?
Kara?
Was it Kara or Kathy Ray?
And that's in charge of the beautification of the highway
Kathy
part.
Ray.
Kathy Ray, yeah.
And she was real happy with it. And also the fire chief, Mr. Davis, Chief Davis, how are you? He was enamored with it. And,
Wow.
so, yes.
Okay. Is there a comment or thoughts on council having this as a conversation piece, or?
First of all, they're cherry blossoms, not apple blossoms in Washington DC.
Okay.
So you got to come and give me the right stuff. I've known you long enough, I can tease you.
Yeah.
There is a thing through the parks, Jim. Remember Kara had the tree thing, and maybe you could get a thing going with that. Because I planted 3 trees at the Bike Hub Park. I planted one for each kid that I have. So, but I planted coral bark maples. So there's always options.
Yeah. No, and as we were talking earlier, you said the crepe maple, and I have a crepe maple at my house, and they're gorgeous trees.
Yeah. A lot of maintenance.
Yeah, I know. It just fell apart on me.
Crepe, what's the name?
The dogwood trees in end of April, early May, and then the crepe maples come in a little bit later in the summer. So we could kind of time things like that and work some kind of thing to really help this town pop, and people would be known for all of that. Or the town would be known for all of that.
Councilor Patton, comment?
Yeah, I would advocate for some further conversation about something along these lines. I know we have preferred tree species that are published for people who are looking to put trees in their yard and such. But myself and others in the community feel that, especially with the ice storm and all of the development and stuff, that we have actually lost quite a bit of tree canopy, and so I think it's important that we prioritize getting that back, all things considered. So I would be very interested in seeing this conversation grow from here.
Other Chief Davis. Sorry, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I appreciated Ron coming to the Park and Rec, and that we referred him to the city council because of just discussions within the city council here. And I agree with Councilman Patton too, that I think it's a great opportunity to work with planning. And especially as we look at new subdivisions, which, talking about the the various new growth and subdivisions, off of 99 and Walnut and some of those areas, if there's any opportunities to build in those type of trees that Ron's talking about, I think we should take an opportunity to do that. And that's why I recommended that he come and talk to the rest of the council.
The garden club might also want to be in the conversation.
True. Have a couple groups that'd be interested. So Eileen and I will have this covered. We meet every Tuesday, so she and I will chat about it. It's kind of a post-mortem on the council meeting and figure out what steps need to be to move forward and bring this to the council in a date in the future, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Good to see you.
That is all the yellow cards I have. Teresa, do we have anyone online that? Nope. Okay. We will move forward then. Next on the agenda is our consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda that includes the October 23, 2024 City Council work session and regular meeting minutes, the November 6th, 2024 City Council regular meeting minutes, and the reappointment of Commissioners Hannah Ellison, Judy Jarosh, and Craig Llewellyn to the Planning Commission for terms to end December 31st, 2027.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Maldonado to approve the consent agenda, which include the approval of the October 23rd, 2024 City Council work session and regular meeting minutes, approval of the November 6th, 2024 City Council regular meeting minutes, and reappointment of Commissioners Hannah Ellison, Judy Jarosh, and Craig Llewellyn to the Planning Commission for a term that will expire on December 31st, 2027. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Looks like it's a unanimous decision. All right. Next on the agenda is moving into ordinances and resolutions. Our first ordinance this evening is ordinance 1634, an ordinance adopting the housing efficiency measures, cottage cluster development and design standards for 16.21, planned unit development code updates for chapter 16.74 and 16.76, and then low density residential chapter 16.16, as well as medium density residential chapter 16.18 as part of the City of Canby Code for TA 2402. And second reading, a lot here. So
There is a lot here. We don't have anything to add, so it's a second reading of the ordinance, and, yeah, nothing to add.
perfect. You had any questions or comments from the last, this is on the last agenda for us to look at these and change up some verbiage in our code. Okay, not seeing any questions or comments. Roll call vote, or sorry.
Mr.
motion.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 1634, an ordinance adopting the housing efficiency measures, cottage cluster development and design standards 16.21, planning unit development code updates chapter 16.74 and 16.76, low density residential chapter 16.16, and medium density residential chapter 16.18 as part of the Canby Municipal Code TA 24-02.
Second.
Motion was made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Maldonado to approve ordinance 1634, an ordinance adopting the housing efficiency measures, cottage cluster development and design standards of 16.21, planned unit development code updates, chapter 16.74 and 16.76, low density residential, chapter 16.16, and medium density residential chapter 16.18 as part of the City of Canby Code for 2A24-02. Roll call vote.
Counselor Sassy?
Aye.
Counselor Stearns?
Aye.
Counselor Davis?
Aye.
Council President Hensley?
Aye.
Counselor Maldonado?
Aye.
Counselor Patton?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Next on the list is considering ordinance 1635, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into a contract between the City of Canby and Barry, Elsner and Hammond LLP for the city attorney services. This is a second reading, but we have an addition to
We
the
do.
contract.
Yes, so council, as you know, this is the ordinance that would approve Barry Elsner and Hammond as your permanent city attorney. Between the first reading on November 6th and tonight, we do have an amendment that we'd like to propose to the contract. It would indemnify the city for non-legal services and activities that are covered by Barry Elsner's general liability and automobile insurance coverage, such as if they get into a car accident on the way to or from a city council meeting. So this will make the agreement consistent with CIS's position on the issue. So it is an administrative change to the contract. I recommend it. And there's no concern with making that kind of administrative change mid-process.
Okay. Any questions for staff on the change at all?
No, it was pretty clear in the email.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Eileen.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Counselor Stearns.
Sort of an awkward question, but I think one that I'd like to ask is that I appreciate changing the contract so that it basically favors us rather than the law firm if there should be something happen. But what I'm curious about is my understanding is that this contract was negotiated by basically Barry Eisner, and our attorneys negotiated our own contract. So I just want to know what our attorneys have in place to make sure that we're getting a fair shake when it comes to contract. I don't have anything specific in mind, but it's always things you don't think about that come back to bite you. So that's a question for the attorney. I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, that's a very fair question. Thank you, Counselor. So, we proposed our contract in response to the city's procurement process for permanent legal services. We were serving as interim city attorney. You had David with you here during those weeks in the interim between then and now, which would be the temporary or the permanent one. So the change that we're proposing, it is a midstream change, unfortunately, but it clarifies the indemnity provisions and says that for situations where I, for example, get into a car accident on my way here tonight, my own firm's insurance would cover that. For any claims against the city that arise from the legal advice that I or my firm, others in my firm give to you, the city would indemnify me as it would indemnify any other officer for the city. So for example, the city administrator position. The exception to that is if it is a claim that is based upon allegations that I or anyone at my firm committed legal malpractice. If that's the case, then that would not fall under your duty to indemnify me, meaning I would be on my own, more or less, and if that's the case. And it's a clarification to the boundaries of indemnification that comes from your insurer, CIS. Does that answer your question, Counselor?
Yeah, well, I'm just kind of looking general because it does seem like a little bit of a, well, I guess conflict of interest when you advise on your own contract. But I'm just wondering, if they have anything in place that somebody independent or anything that looks at these kind of things, right? I think it's kind of necessary. We don't want to hire another attorney just to negotiate our contracts. But it's just something that occurred to me when I was thinking about this later on. Is that it seems like the contract was negotiated by the party itself. But I don't think I understand if my question makes any sense or not.
No, it does, and I think it's a fair point that, the city is a party to the contract, my firm is the other party to the contract, so we are, not in an adversarial relationship, but we're both negotiating out of our own interests. I guess I don't have a good answer to your question, but of course you are free to have whomever you want review the contract before executing it. In fact, we encourage it. If you have any questions that you feel like you'd get a better answer or like a more appropriate answer from another entity, that's certainly not anything I or my firm will advise against. We want you coming into this eyes wide open.
Yeah, so Dana or Counselor Stearns, just I think maybe throw another piece into this that might help is that when we sent out the request for quotes or request for proposals, all of the pieces that we would need the law firm to be able to do was in that proposal. So based on when we were deciding on which law firms to move forward with in conversation, it's all of the pieces that are in that contract were listed for us to read and review. And so even down to the dollar amounts of what's charged, per hour of, using or reaching out to the law firms. So this piece, I think, was just a matter of it being left out, but I think it was us negotiating the contract, the council. We saw the proposals, we approved it and then said, yes, let's go forth and finish. So, Counselor Patton?
Yeah, so I think I see where Daniel was coming from with this, and it makes sense that, yes, all that information was in the RFP, but the actual contract, verbiage was not in that RFP. Barry Elsner and Hammond created the verbiage of the contract, their own contract, and then sent it to us to say, this is a contract for legal services, and we, as your attorney services, are saying that it is cool. Whereas it might have made sense or may make sense in the future that we have a third party review that contract to make sure that something wasn't put in there that shouldn't be in there. Is that what you're talking about, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm just talking about that issue because, and just to refresh everybody's memory, a couple of years back, we had a city staff who was the assistant city manager and the city attorney, and I was very concerned that it was at that time it was a conflict of interest. I wasn't in the city at that time, but I just want to make sure that we have clear rules of when a conflict exists or a potential conflict exists. And maybe I'm more hypersensitive to that since I also practice in a lot of legal areas where we have to do conflict of interest checks and advise clients for the few times when I'm actually advocating something that could be in my own interest, that I have to, recognize that. But I'm not anything specific. I just wanted to bring up the issue because I wouldn't be concerned with that whenever we're doing legal services, that we're aware that there's any conflicts that come up or potential conflicts that come up. But I'm not going to hold up this contract for that reason. I just wanted to ask the question.
Okay, no, fair question. Okay. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 1635, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into a contract between the City of Canby and Barry Elsner Hammond LLP for city attorney services.
Second.
Motion has been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Maldonado to approve ordinance 1635, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into a contract between the City of Canby and Barry Elsner and Hammond LLP for city attorney services. Roll call vote.
Counselor Sassen.
Aye. Hold a second. Whoa. Do we have to specifically mention the change in the contract from last time to this time, or does this capture?
I think it would be good to recognize
Thank you, Jason.
the change to the contract, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I change my motion to move to adopt ordinance number 1635, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into a contract between City of Canby and Barry Elsner Hammond LLP for city attorney services as amended.
Still second.
All right. Thank you, Counselor Patton, for catching that. Motion's been made by Council President Hensley and again seconded by Councilor Maldonado to adopt ordinance 1635, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into a contract between the City of Canby and Barry Elsner and Hammond LLP for city attorney services as amended. Roll call vote.
Counselor Sassy.
Aye.
Counselor Stearns.
Aye.
Counselor Davis.
Aye.
Council President Hensley.
Aye.
Counselor Maldonado.
Aye.
Counselor Patton.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 6-0. Next on the agenda is considering ordinance 1636, an ordinance amending ordinance number 1606 to delete the not to exceed amount in the contract between the City of Canby and Barry Elsner and Hammond LLP for interim city attorney services, also a second reading. So this is just taking away the interim contract piece and
That's correct. It's just taking the cap out of the existing agreement so that we can continue to pay Barry Elsner and Hammond for their interim services through the end of the year.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I move to the ordinance 1636, an ordinance amending ordinance number 1606 to delete the not to exceed amount in the contract between the City of Canby and Barry Elsner and Hammond LLP for interim city services, second reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sassy and seconded by Councilor Davis to approve ordinance 1636, an ordinance amending ordinance number 1606 to delete the not to exceed amount in the contract between the City of Canby and Barry Elsner and Hammond LLP for interim city services. Roll call vote.
Counselor Sassy.
Aye.
Counselor Stearns.
Aye.
Counselor Davis.
Aye.
Council President Hensley.
Aye.
Counselor Maldonado.
Aye.
Counselor Patton.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 6-0. Item D is considering Resolution 1421, a resolution adopting the 2024 Transit Master Plan for Canby Area Transit. And my notes say that that's Todd this evening.
Sometimes.
Yeah, just council, you may recall that you reviewed the Transit Master Plan back on October 2nd. So this is just the resolution adopting the Transit Master Plan. And Todd?
Yeah,
you wanna
the
add?
Todd Transit Director. There's nothing new in here. You've seen just about everything. It's just, this is the final format, including everything Alvaro talked about when he was here before. It's just in its final piece. So in order to make it official, so I can actually use it, now we need to adopt it as our resolution. I will give you one update. I did go to Salem and ask for some money for our extension to Woodburn and got a resounding no. So that piece won't happen anytime soon.
And when you say Salem, you mean the city of, not the state
No,
legislature?
Chariots.
Yes.
Chariots is the qualified entity for STIF in Marion County, so.
So they were a resounding no.
Resounding no, so yeah.
Well, I appreciate you asking the question.
Yeah, we went and hoped to get a little bit of funding to help us add that extension. They weren't in favor of that, so we won't be adding that extension anytime soon, so.
And that was from Woodburn to Salem?
No, it would have simply extended the Woodburn route to downtown Woodburn, where their
Gotcha.
transit center is, so that we'd have a better meetup with them, but they weren't.
Was that Bi-Mart to Walmart?
Not that transit
Okay.
center. That would have been their downtown transit center. So they actually have a little transit center downtown. So it would have been closer to the Goodwill.
Okay.
When you go down
Yeah.
into their actual downtown, so, yeah.
And what does that cost us to add that?
We asked for $250,000, which is more than it actually costs us to add. I can't remember exactly. It's like 14 minutes per trip. I think Heidi figured it would add about $100,000 a year. We asked for $250,000. We figured we were serving Aurora and Hubbard, which is Marion County territory. So,
Sure.
And they collect the stiff money from them. So we asked for that. And we said we take whatever we could get. We got
Got
zero.
zero.
So, it is what it is. So that was one of the first items on the master plan. It's still there. It'll still be there for the future, but as of right now, we'll be looking at the other options such as potential extension to Wilsonville, which Clackamas County is somewhat interested in looking at funding, or increasing our service to Oregon City if that funding ever becomes available. Those will be our priorities at this point.
Okay.
So.
Counselor Patton, you have a question?
Yeah, so along this vein, I don't know if it maybe makes sense. I know that Todd, you and your team do a great job of getting this money and such, but maybe we need to have a discussion about what more we can do as a city and leverage our partnership with other agencies or other people within the organization of government to help put weight behind these asks. So there's a little bit more oomph or
So that's a great.
eyebrows raised when Todd asks for this money, so he's more likely to get what he's asking for.
So, great question, but we went to Clackamas County, actually, and told them of our interest, and Clackamas County started the ball rolling for us, because Wilsonville also went in, so Clackamas County went to Chariots and said, we have these transit agencies in our region, and they'd like to expand further into your region, so we'd like you to listen to them. That's how we even got in the door, was getting Clackamas County behind us, so, yeah. We worked with them. We worked with our regional transit coordinators at ODOT to also get the information out there. They just, the STIF has got an interesting history and some problems with the way it's currently constructed. So there wasn't a lot of interest in changing its current structure. And that's been the message universally throughout the state of Oregon from the QEs, is they're not really interested in changing its current structure. So makes it hard for those of us who are caught in the middle. We're between two counties. I mean, we're in Clackamas County, but we serve two counties, to be able to get the full amounts we should be able to get for full service in our area. But it is what it is. That ends up at the legislative level, and that's a whole nother can of worms, as the mayor knows, as he gets to deal with that quite a bit.
Yes.
But just adopting this plan tonight will allow me to apply for grants and other funds and be able to show that this is what we determined was the best use of our money, so that we can move forward with any projects in the future. So.
Top 3 highlights of the plan, Todd.
The main 3 highlights of the plan are increasing the service level to Oregon City from currently we run about every hour, except during rush hour, to every half hour. And then Wilsonville, most of our people are coming and going from Wilsonville. If you look at the stats, a lot of jobs in Wilsonville, a lot of people going to and from. And currently, SMART runs service like every hour and a half. So, and then the other one was, I'm trying to remember now. Loop in the opposite direction. Loop in the opposite direction was probably the number one thing people wanted. The problem is that's also the most expensive on the list. Sure. It costs us about $400,000 a year just to run loop in its current direction. So I need another $400,000 a year to run the loop in the opposite direction.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it. Any other questions? If not, I'll gladly entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 1421, a resolution adopting the 2024 Transit Master Plan for Canby Area Transit.
Thank you.
Second.
The motion has been made by Councilor Sassy and seconded by Council President Hensley to approve Resolution 1421, a resolution adopting the 2024 Transit Master Plan for Canby Area Transit. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Sorry.
Aye.
Sorry, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Getting tripped up on second readings and roll call votes and things like that. Todd, thank you very much. Moving on in the agenda, item 7 tonight, old business, looking at Canby Adult Center funding conditions. Miss Eileen.
So I'm going to let Emily explain the long email that you received late this afternoon. But before I do, I just wanted to also just iterate the email that I had sent you about the recent discussions, the dispensation of ARPA reporting requirements. So I have been using ARPA terms, the term ARPA funding, as a shorthand way of saying that amount of money that is actually sitting in the unappropriated ending fund balance reserve. So we actually figured out a way to satisfy the federal reporting requirements under ARPA probably last spring. And so we don't need to use the term ARPA funding anymore. It is just an unappropriated ending fund balance. And that money is still there. It's just doesn't have the ARPA strings attached to it anymore. So I'm looking for, if you don't hear that phrase again, it's because it's time to really be technically correct about where that money is.
Okay.
So with that, I'll let Emily. She did a great job in terms of coming up with the funding conditions and the agreements that need to be entered into in order to really solidify how those conditions of funding conditions will be sealed and documented.
Thank you, Eileen. I'll start off by saying that, yes, it was my primary concern when putting these documents together to make sure that if the city commits these $512,000 to the CAC and its new location, that the city isn't then hit with some sort of penalty for the change of use of the current location somewhere down the line. So that was priority number one for me, to make sure that we don't have that kind of double exposure for a chunk of change. So I guess I'll start off by explaining just briefly how that part is addressed. So the city received those CDBG funds for the adult center's current location in 2 batches. As you well know, this is nothing new to you. Back in 83 and 95 or 96 for a total of $512,000.
It might be new to them because it was so long ago, so.
Yeah, I won't assume that. And there are conditions attached to the receipt of those funds, and those conditions are set both by federal regulations and by the intergovernmental agreements between the city and the county that were entered into at the time of those 2 disbursements. So when I was looking to make sure that we wouldn't run afoul of any sort of penalties with the movement of this money, I checked those things. And so under the intergovernmental agreements, the IGAs, the latter of the 2, the 96 one, has a term that ended 5 years after the county performed its closeout for the grant of that money. I don't have the date on the exact date in which the county performed that closeout, but while I'm getting that date, I think it's relatively safe to assume that more than 5 years have elapsed since that. So that IGA is likely expired by its own terms. The problem is the earlier IGA. So the earlier IGA does not expire under its own terms until the current building is at the end of its useful life for its purpose, which the stated purpose in that IGA is a senior center. And so end of its useful life is kind of a nebulous term that I really don't want to get into a factual dispute with anyone over what that means. So my proposal for us today, and then if it sounds good, I'll take it to the county, is to have the county and the city formally agree in what the draft I sent to you is called a memorandum of agreement, formally agree that the current building has reached the end of its useful life, so that we're all on the same page about where we are with that building. And then upon that formal agreement, then that IGA will also expire, and the city's obligations to repay any CDBG funds that went into the building that the city would have had to pay if the building changes its use, for example, no longer being a senior center because the CAC is moving away, that won't be an issue. So that's priority number one, is that everyone's on the same page with that. From what I've seen, I watched the recordings of your previous work session and your previous council session where the county's representative, Mark Sirwa, I'm butchering that horribly, where he came and spoke to you about the county's perspective, and it's great because everyone wants to cooperate and everyone seems to be on the same page. So my goal is that this memorandum of agreement would just merely formalize where everyone's at. Okay, so once we nail down the fact that the city's not going to get hit with another couple $1,000s it'd have to repay, turning to the proposed funding agreement, there are several areas in this agreement where I'd like to receive guidance from council on its goals. One of those areas, if we look at section 2, and I'm not sure if you have it in front of you, but if you look at section 2 under terms and conditions, the purpose for the funds, how specific, how explicit do you want to be in outlining the purpose for which the CAC may use those $512,000? There's a few options that I've come up with in italics and brackets under there, running the gamut from as broad as anything the CAC needs to use the money for in order to transition to its new location to an arrangement that would contemplate more prescriptive requirements. So you can only use these funds for A, B, and C, et cetera, specific projects. And listening to your previous meetings, it sounds like improvements to the existing facilities are high on the list. So HVAC, window replacement, fire suppression system, and that sort of thing. But my question to you then, or I would like to receive guidance from council, is that the binding purposes for which you'd like to use them to use this money? Or are we looking at something a little broader?
And just to add to that, more recently, Kathy Robinson and I have had discussions about could it just be given to help them purchase the building? So again, no strings attached to this money any longer. And so that was the request.
So just to be, I guess, just to get it out there too, the other entities that we worked with for these, unrestricted funds, is that how we're labeling this now?
That's good.
Okay.
That'll work.
Okay. We didn't put any stipulations on the money for those other,
No.
we did not. Okay. That was my only question.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would say that the less restrictions, the better, because the fact that I know that they need to move forward with the purchase of that building. And as the liaison to the CAC, I know that it's a high priority for them in order to do the improvements of that building in order to make it an evacuation center during a disaster, which includes fire suppression systems as well as emergency generators. And that's needed badly and can be a place where we can take somebody out of the heat or out of the cold to put them into equipped with an emergency generator. And but in order to get that accomplished, they need to be able to move forward with the actual purchase of that building. And that seems to be the most urgent for them.
Councilor Patton?
Yeah, so for me, I'm fine with not restricting the funds. The whole reason for the restriction, I thought was because that would satisfy that would get us out from underneath the CDGs. And so if ultimately that is not a thing, and just essentially giving them the money satisfies those things, I am fine with not restricting those funds to construction or whatever. But as far as giving them that money to then have them say, we aren't actually going to purchase the building, we're going to do something else, that's where I question.
Okay. You're questioning it, meaning that should be something in there?
Yeah, so if they take the money to purchase the building, and then after they purchase the building, they're a few years later, they're like, oh, actually, we're gonna sell the building and then get X amount of money back. the goal, the purpose of the money was to get them, was to assist them in either purchasing the building or retrofitting the building to fit their needs. That's where I would have some consternation.
Okay. Council President Hensley and then Councilor Stearns.
Yeah, I agree that it was my understanding that the original need for restriction was because we didn't know about our obligation on the CDBG. But I do like the third set of language here. It's restricting it to that building and any services and improvements required for that building, but it's not super restrictive. So if we're going to advocate for language offered, I like the third option there.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Stearns?
I'm not so much interested in nickel and diming them and restriction it so that it only has to be for a certain portion of the building. But I do want it to maybe restricted for the building and building improvements in general. And I do like that we have some sort of time frame for them to spend it or it comes back. And maybe I misunderstood, but it sounds like the purchase of the building itself is not funded by them, and this is going to have to go to close the deal for purchasing it. Because maybe I was misremembered, but I thought originally it was for just improving the building to get it up to where they needed to. So I'm just curious, and the reason why I'm curious about that is sometimes the fact that and maybe I'm totally misreading the situation, but the fact that they're having trouble doing it may indicate that there may be other frictions involved that may have that deal fall through. And one of the issues is that I have is, let's say the deal can't be done, can't make the purchase, the Hall Street purchase go, or it's not adequate. Then at that point, they're going to come back to the location they're at right now, and those improvements will be needed for that building, for them to stay in the building. So I just like to have some sort of contingency. And I think I saw that when I was streaming through this contract, that there is a time frame that they have to spend the funds for the building by that, so I guess that's where I'm coming up from. I don't want to be in a situation where the money was spent, thing didn't work out, and now we have to spend money that we spent there to get the adult center, back up to snuff or to keep it running, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the idea is that things are already starting to fall apart as it is? It's quote unquote nearing its useful life. And so the longer it takes for the deal to close, the more we'll have to spend to create the useful life to keep them where they're at right now. So I don't know if that is clear what my concerns are, but I just want to make sure that if we're going to be with that, one of the conditions on this means the deal has to actually go through and not be reversed after the fact, or not be sitting around for a long time and saying, oh, it's going to happen next month, next week, or next year, or next year. And then eventually we've already a situation where we're supposed to renovate the building for them anyway.
Yeah, Councilor Stearns, I don't recall necessarily there being an issue with the purchase aspect of it. I think what Eileen was mentioning was that if it was unrestricted funds, that they could choose to use that money for purchasing. I don't think there's an issue. But since you brought the question up, Mr. Galitz is here in the auditorium. Keith, if you'd like to come up and address the questions about the purchase piece, or.
Thank you.
It seems like originally it seemed like there's about a year, and then I heard last time, 2 years before it happens, and I'm not, maybe I misheard, and so correct me if I'm wrong there.
No,
Thank you.
sorry, go ahead, Keith. It's all yours.
Yes, well, I'm Keith Galitz. I'm treasurer on the board of the Canby Adult Center. And while we have the funds to do the down payment, we felt it would be easier and better for us so that we could immediately move into construction and remodel, is since the funds can be
aren't ARPA funds any longer. If we could use that $512,000 towards the down payment, which we hope to close by the end of the year, with a condition that the building be converted to an adult, that can be adult center, because that's our intent, then that seems to me to meet the council's requirement. The funds will only be used to convert that building to the Canby Adult Center. It provides us with things we do not have today, 136 parking spots. You guys have tried to park there when the pool's going, the school district's going, there is no parking. Things are, the walk-in cooler is beyond life and is dying. We spent $5,000 or $6,000 last year just on replacement parts that are no longer available.
Right.
So what we're asking is so that we can move quickly as soon as the partition is completed. And then we'll put in place the purchase of the building, use that money as the down payment. We've got an agreement that will put down $550,000, so the 512 would be part of that 550. Then we're funding the rest over a 10-year life with a 10-year mortgage with a right to for a balloon payment if we want to pay it early. And that's our goal, is to get this thing remodeled, built, operating, paid off, and move forward. So we've got a facility to meet the needs of senior citizens of this community. So I hope I've explained it a little better and eliminated some of the confusion. But to meet your requirements, again, it'll be used for a down payment and the building will be converted. That's our commitment to the Canby Adult Center. If we fail to do that, I think there's a liability, but that's not our intent. Our intent is to follow through. We can't stay where we are. We have no choice. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thanks, Keith, appreciate it. Councilor Stearns, does that answer what you were looking for?
Sort of, the deal is still going forward, I guess.
Yes.
And the purchase will happen.
Yes.
So I think that solves my concern a little bit. I think just as a, in the contract or something to the fact that if it converts to non-adult center, then we have to get the money back again, if for some reason it didn't work out. So that's the one thing I want in the agreement. For some reason,
There is section 4 of the agreement has the conditions under which they would return the funds. So I just wanted you to focus on that as well.
Okay, I think, yeah. Did it use the funds or
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so I'll jump in right there. Section 4 has some draft language in the situations under which the CAC would be required to return funds. Obviously, very unlikely to happen. We're all on the same page here. One of those is if for whatever reason the property's use converts before a certain amount of time elapses, then there's an option to have that trigger the return of funds. Counselor, I think that might go towards one of your concerns. Also a deadline for which the funds must be expended for whatever the use is. That could help allay your concerns as well.
Okay, and the idea if they were to sell it afterwards, would that trigger? I mean, I see it was 5 years or something, or?
Yeah, that's just an option. Just it doesn't have to be 5 years, but it's an option that the language is if the CAC ceases to own, occupy, or use the property for its mission sooner than 5 years, for example, or whatever amount of time.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's fine. I would like to have maybe like 10 or something, just because it may be 2 or 3 of that years before it even has the option of starting their thing. So, other than that, I think that's fine. That's fine. Those are I think that addresses my concerns.
Okay. Any other, so Emily, were those the main points that you needed some clarification on? What are we missing?
Yes. Well, qualified, yes. Qualified while I look through the draft real fast.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just summarize the guidance I've heard so far to make sure we're on the same page. Sounds like we're favoring a broader grant with the restrictions that the money be used for the transition to the new property, including down payment perhaps, or improvements to the property. Sounds like we're willing to leave that up to the CAC's discretion with some protective language in there to address the event that the CAC sells or ceases to use the new property for its mission within a certain amount of time. That would trigger a reimbursement. I know closing the goal is for the end of the year, but perhaps a deadline, a healthy amount in advance to accommodate any closing issues, but still to keep a deadline on the horizon. And if the funds aren't expended by that deadline, then that would trigger a return. Is that correct so far?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Patton, you had a comment?
Yeah, two things. I knew that it was going through because I've been told to make sure I have time in January to drag things out of the basement of the building. So I knew it was essentially going through. But I agree with Councilor Stearns. I would be more comfortable instead of 5 years of saying like 8. Like if the building is sold in the next 8 years, that money gets recaptured. 10 seems a little, long, but I think 8, because if it takes a couple of years for them to get things ready to go, I would like 8. And I will also apologize because my computer is being a turd. I don't have any of this information in front of me. It is in the punishment bag right now, and I'm gonna have to deal with that next week.
The punishment bag, okay.
Council, the other thing I will say is I did send this agreement to Kathy this afternoon when I sent it to you too.
Okay.
So I don't know if the senior center will have, or the adult center will have any other comments or questions on the agreement.
So is there any heartburn over changing it from 5 to 8 or 10? I mean, what's? No. Councilor Stearns, is 8 satisfied?
It's okay. 10 sounds like a round number to me, but I don't know if there's a big difference. I think if everything goes the way it's supposed to, 10 won't be a problem.
They're both divisible by 2.
Yeah. I don't know that, whatever you want, I'm not going to, that's not going to be my hill to die on.
Okay, so we'll, looks like 8 seems to be an agreed upon. We can split the baby in half and go with 8.
Very
Okay.
good. I'll just circle back briefly to section 3, the manner in which the funds are dispersed under, so the first part of section 3 is subsection A, which would make the disbursement contingent upon the county signing off that we're all in agreement that the city's obligations under the IGAs have extinguished. Just as a protective measure, subsection B proposes some options for the timing in which the funds are dispersed or conditions precedent to the disbursement. If we're looking at a broader grant of discretion to the CAC, including the potential use as a down payment, then I would say that, having the trigger for disbursement be the closing of the sale is not an appropriate disbursement trigger, because you would want the down payment prior to the closing. The cleanest way is to have disbursement authorized upon execution of the agreement. That seems to be the cleanest way to do this based on the restrictions of use that I'm hearing from council.
Yeah,
I'd agree
with that.
So I would say, give us an opportunity to clean up this language here if there's any other concerns by the Canby Adult Center director or her board. And then we'll bring this back for approval at your December 4th meeting.
Okay, great. Does that work
Thank you,
for you?
council. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Emily.
One quick question.
Sorry, we're moving on. No, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just thinking about the timing of the sale and whatnot, if there might be, watch for it, if there's a need for an emergency clause on the ordinance.
Shouldn't be.
Wonderful question. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, I would understand if there was. I was just curious if that's going to be coming down.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great thing to highlight. The end of the year comes fast, and I can touch base with the CAC to get more idea on their timing, and then how that would work with the city's process and whether we need some sort of emergency. Good question. Thank you.
Hey, you're consistent. Okay.
Here, I'm actually proposing it, actually, in a
I
way.
know. That's
Mark this day down on the calendar.
It's a Christmas miracle.
It's a Christmas miracle.
All right, item 8 tonight, new business. It's regarding our January 2025 meeting schedule. So last meeting brought up that the first meeting in January is actually on the 1st of January.
We
Or is it the
proposed
2nd?
to move it to the 8th is what I have in my notes.
Yeah, so it would be the 1st. So the proposal was to move the meeting, or change the schedule for January to be meetings on the 8th and then again on the 15th, so we stay on that schedule. So I open it up to you, Counselor Patton, your hand's up, go.
So looking at the calendar, there's like 5 Wednesdays in December.
Yes.
So if we made the first meeting on the 8th and the second meeting on the 22nd, there would still be a Wednesday in between the first meeting in February, rather than doing 2 meetings back to back.
That's what I
Nope, that's absolutely, that's your guys' call. I just put it out there.
We also have the retreat too, I believe.
Yeah, we do have the retreat.
We have the retreat. I don't want to pack it too tight
Yeah,
with the retreat.
The dates that are safe for the retreat are January 31st and February 1st.
Okay.
So end of the month.
So we would go 8, 22, and then the 31st and 1st, or one of those days. Okay. Is that too tight? You're open? Jason, Counselor Patton, did you want to add anything else?
Whoops, no, sorry, I forgot to plan it down.
That's okay.
I'm putting things in the calendar.
So we're settling on 8th, 22nd, not the 15th.
That's the wish of the council. I just don't want to not have,
I'm just writing it down.
Essentially, we're just moving.
We're just bumping it
We're just
up
bumping
a week.
both meetings.
we're going to bump both meetings to 8 and the 22nd.
I can do that.
And then the 31st and 1st.
Right, and then Eileen and I
And then
will
we'll be
work out
back in
the
normal in February.
February will be its normal cadence. Does that work for everybody?
Works.
Okay, that was groovy. Eileen, does that work?
That works for me,
Okay.
yes.
Mayor's business, we're still waiting on Clackamas County to finish up counting votes on our final seats on the city council, but I want to congratulate Council President Hensley, Councilor Patton, and Councilor Stearns on their official, well, we'll say unofficially, but highly probable elections to the city council, so congratulations on that. We'll wait on the other seat here when we have a finality. I want to wish Canby Builders a happy birthday. They had their 75th birthday celebration today at their store. 75 years and still going strong. So it was a really great positive turnout for that. So again, happy birthday to them. Update for the council regarding Walnut Street. So ODOT has recorded the access approval for Walnut and 99. So that is a good sign and that's moving it forward. Hopefully with that, maybe next meeting, Jerry can give me an update when my new favorite road will be done.
When it will be done.
Yes.
Okay.
He's outside of his 2-year window, and so I need a new date to focus on and obsess over. Back when we did the 99E grand reopening conversation or celebration, I had a conversation with Paul Scarlett from ODOT about signaling at 99E and Pine. And so he has officially come back and is working on those details with the ODOT team and will be working with the city, with Eileen and Mr. Nelzine on that, hopefully as it moves forward. So that'll be my other fun thing to bug Jerry about in the coming months and years until that gets done. Hopefully it's not years, but
Hopefully not.
hopefully. I was just recently appointed or chosen to be the chair for Housing and Livability Committee for the Metro Mayors Consortium. So all that means is, so the Metro Mayors get together once a month, and one of the subcommittees we have is just that on housing and livability. And so we're looking at some things for taking to the legislature regarding, it's the, I'm forgetting the name of it. Basically, it's holding the developers to a little bit higher standard of building especially when it comes to condos and shared wall type communities. So that was one of the big things that came out. And of course, following much of what the other piece that we talked about and we are watching very closely is the state legislature's pivot with the Supreme Court's ruling regarding Grants Pass and the resident or the camping ordinances. There's still too much ambiguity for the cities to be able to make any changes. And so we're pressing the state legislature here in the session to create better language to clean up that ambiguity so we can move forward with either our new language as a city. Let's see. Nothing to report on Clackamas County Coordinating Committee. Do you want to let everyone know? Mark your calendars if you haven't done it already, but Light the Night is on December 6th, Friday, December 6th. There'll be the parade, the Christmas tree lighting, and the park lighting, and I think Santa will be there for pictures. So mark your calendars and be there. Last year were several thousand people in Wade Park, so and that was with marginal weather, so I'm hoping it'll be the same this year as well. So that's all that I have. We'll go to those online first. Councilor Stearns, anything for you, sir?
Nothing particular to report.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilor Patton?
I'm good.
Okay. Councilor Sassy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had no library meeting this week, but I would like to keep on top of this. I ran into Mr. Gutierrez the other day, AKA Gooch. Where are we at with that house?
I can go give that just time.
Now that Tony got his,
Just before.
Okay.
So the owners of the house are actually working with the Realtor to put it up for sale.
okay, good.
So I think that's good progress.
Could
In its current condition?
In its current condition, I believe. Yes.
Oh, goodness, wow.
we let him know
He
that?
knows. I told him
Oh,
about
you
an
told
hour
him.
ago.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank
Right
you.
before the meeting.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
He was here to come and inquire, and
Okay, perfect.
George ran into
Thank you,
him,
Chief.
and he went home.
Perfect.
Got his
There you
answer,
go. I'm
Lawrence?
happy. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilor Sassy. Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor.
Wait, before you start, how was your last
Fire board meeting?
fire board meeting as chief?
It was wonderful.
Excellent.
Yeah. There was cake and ice cream, actually. No, while we're on that, yes, the council will be receiving, and the city will be receiving a flyer with the transition of command open house on December the 14th from 12 to 3, with the transition of command actually happening at 1 o'clock. So you're all invited, and we will be sending that out to the city, the chamber, and the various sites so that they can get it posted as well, too. So that will happen on the 14th. In regards to the Park and Rec, we did have a meeting last night, and it was a well-attended meeting again, and very positive. We did have HHPR, who did the design on the Auburn Farm project, present a different option in regards to the layout for the park. We did have representatives from the Auburn Farms Neighborhood Association there. They like the layout too. Now they're just in the process of actually looking at what type of playground equipment will be in the park. How many gazebos will be in the park, those type of things. and received input from the Park and Rec Board as well as people in attendance, and they'll come back with some more schematics, at which time if they land on a final design, that will come back to the city council as well. So that project is moving along real well. A lot of discussion around Maple Street Park in regards to lighting. The people around Maple Street Park really like the lighting that's occurring there. They have not turned on the big lights yet for the fields. They will be, I believe, this week, actually turning on those lights and starting to set those lights at Maple Street Park for the big lights for the ball fields and those type things. They did have requests for that the walking trail that goes around the field, essentially, that it's got a lot of tree roots in it, a lot of safety issues and things like that. So that was passed on to the Public Works people that were there. And it was brought up to by the Public Works staff that there's possibilities that when they budget for in the future parking of where the house used to sit at that time, they could also include that in the contract to improve the trail around the park as well. So they received the input for that as well. So that pretty much, it was, most of the meeting was taken up with the HHPR firm reviewing the design. And on the Citizens Advisory Committee, the only thing to report there is their elections for their board, and Lauren Bales the chair, Matt English is the vice chair, Keith Glentz is the treasurer, and Sandra Fields is the secretary. They do have their Thanksgiving Day lunch. I believe it's going to be this Thursday. And then, so that is sold out, packed. We'll be up there volunteering to serve lunch as well. So Kathy has a lot of things happening up there, but I know I go up every Monday with the firefighters to serve lunch, and it's packed. The lunchrooms are packed now.
Wow.
So
It's great.
yeah.
I was going to ask you, Counselor Davis. I got to get in that routine. Did any of the board members make it out to Sandy for the pedal or the pedal park opening?
No, but Barry Johnson did say it was well attended, packed, and that it went very well.
Okay. Great.
Jim, when did you say the switching of the chiefs is going to
December the 14th, yep, and the actual ceremony will be at 1 o'clock.
Just want to make sure I've done my calendar.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was quite a robust conversation regarding Northeast 10th. We had several citizens come and lodge some concerns and complaints about the speed on that road. So they're going to.
Which committee? Which committee?
Oh, sorry, Traffic Safety. I figured everybody knew that by now. Sorry, Traffic Safety Commission. Speeding on the Northeast 10th. So y'all slow down, but they're going to put the radar out there and do another study. I'm not going to tell you when or where it's going to be located, so just know that's an issue out there. Also, there's still discussion about Southeast 2nd and 3rd and the solution for that area. One-way streets is being talked about again. There'll probably be some discussion with Chief Tro soon, as the company with the traffic cameras has agreed to lend us one for a month or 3, somewhere in there. So more to come on that. That's all for traffic safety. I likewise attended the 75th birthday celebration for Canby Builders, so congratulations to them. I attended the first Thursday event combined with the ribbon cutting and ODOT celebration. Thank goodness 99 is reopened. So that was fun. Lots of familiar faces returning too. We had some past counselors and past staff, and it was nice to catch up with some folks. But it did come to my attention that there was some disparaging conversation being held amongst counselors in front of staff and citizens in the city's booth. So it presented an awkward and uncomfortable situation for staff. So aside from this behavior being in direct violation of our policies and operating procedures, it's not an optimum environment for staff, and that's my concern. So it was my respectful request that in the future, for these First Thursday events, if the councilors wish to participate, it would be in a separate booth from city staff. That is my report.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor Patton.
this is directed at me, and I want to make it extremely clear that I did not have those conversations in the city booth. I had those conversations 18 to 20 feet away from the booth in the parking lot behind it. So I just want to make sure that the record is clear that I did not have those conversations in the booth. And moving forward, I will not be helping out at this event again. I will also point out that while I apologize if my actions made it uncomfortable for city staff, I was also made uncomfortable by members of city staff because no sooner did I show up at the booth, but I was questioned about an executive session that happened recently, and that was not cool. So we can have a conversation about that later.
Frustration beyond belief. Like,
Yes, indeed.
no, like, here we have, this is a situation that was brought up and it was shared with our city administrator to handle, and she shared it with me, and it was addressed. There should,
resolution about it. I just had
Okay,
folks
so-
coming to me about it, so I.
well, if you had a question about it, it would have been fair for you to come to me instead of waiting and bringing it up on the dais. Okay, it's not a dais issue, it's a staff issue, and that should have been, and it was handled between Eileen and myself and Counselor Patton. End of discussion. Counselor Patton, please keep in mind that the issue isn't about being involved or not being involved. I hope that you continue to be involved. So don't get super frustrated and not be engaged on this kind of stuff. And again, throwing out staff from up here serves no purpose. If there's a staff concern or a staff issue, it should go to Eileen for Eileen to handle. She manages the staff and the department heads and everyone underneath it, not us.
I wasn't having an issue with staff.
I was a comment because this is not the first time that somebody's either having to defend themselves or calling out staff for something that was or was not done or said or not said. Okay? Either if there's a concern, bring it to Eileen. If you don't feel you want to bring it to me and I will take it to Eileen, that is fine. But throwing these out up here does nothing for our staff to be able to do their job.
It wasn't about staff, it was about our operating.
It doesn't do anything for us up here either if we're trying to get the city's work done.
Hey, I understand. I got a bullseye painted on my back. That's fine. But
Jason,
I want the facts out there.
I appreciate that. We're moving on. I have said enough. Counselor Maldonado, do you have anything?
We're good.
Okay. City Administrator Business and Staff Reports. Miss Eileen.
I have a few things to go over, so I will do them quickly because I know you have another meeting to get to. But because staff spends so much time putting those bi-monthly reports together, I just wanted to highlight a few of the items that are in there. In the municipal court report, it talks about that the court that November 1st, the city took over the prosecution of misdemeanors, as you know. The court will hold misdemeanor dockets twice per month, starting December 24th, 2024. So that is about to occur. The Canby Municipal Court recently partnered with Oregon Patrol Services to provide bailiff services. So Bailiff Ken, I apologize to him right now, but I can't remember his last name, retired, and we are now under contract with Oregon Patrol Services for bailiff services in the court. In the Finance Department, we received the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the City of Canby's budget document. And staff have been responding and providing the auditors with a multitude of support documents and analytic responses to changes in the accounts from the prior fiscal year, and again, this is September and October. At that point in time, staff was 90% complete with the final field work. So we are making good progress on our audit, and we will be prepared to present that to the council in the new year. We also, in the police department, obtained, is George still here? Yes, he is still here. We obtained the K-9 and are currently training the program, or the K-9 is currently in training with Officer Young. So I just wanted to let you know that we've achieved that goal of, or that the K-9 is here that we budgeted for, is what I wanted to say. In wastewater, great strides were made this month to complete job hazard assessments and to identify unsafe conditions in the workplace. So various improvements that were made to improve safety at the wastewater plant. So I just wanted to highlight some of the items that were in the staff report. In addition to that, I just wanted to, again, congratulate the planning team for achieving DLCD recognition of the housing needs analysis. Don kind of skipped over that detail in the work session earlier, but I just wanted to call that out. That's a big step in achieving progress in our sequential urban growth boundary process. So wanted to point that out. You, council, received today an email from Ashley Sonoff with SSW to kick off the process for goal setting. So take a look at that if you haven't seen your email yet. That's in your email, so.
I have a question.
Yes.
So as a consultant for doing this process, did we bid that out to a different firm or give another firm an opportunity to do the goal-setting session? I wasn't real pleased with the last one that they facilitated, so I just wondered, are there other companies that do that?
There
And what
are
would the
other
cost be?
companies who do that, and we did not issue an RFP for this year. No.
Okay, so something to think about in the future. We need to give opportunities to other companies to do that as well.
Eileen, I do know that, so it came up earlier, looking at the dates in the January calendar. So, and I think maybe a decision by the council on, because she's proposing two ideas, either like a full day or like two half-day scenarios. So the half-day would be like more of like the afternoon on Friday and then picking it up on Saturday, right?
Right. I think she's open to whatever the council needs. And so I think she's looking forward to interviewing you all so that she can get a better sense of what the council's needs are, and then she would propose an agenda after that.
Okay. Does council have a thought, or yes, Scott, you sure have it? Yes. No, we will have it. I guess the question is there, thoughts from the council on
I
on-
can see the benefits of splitting it up, but at the same time, I'm the type of person, let's just do it and get it done.
Okay. Counselor Stearns?
Yeah, I've only gone through this once, but my impression from the last time was using the format that was given, that one day was not enough. So it wasn't a bad experience having them, do the whole, figure out what color personality and all that stuff was. But I felt that, and I think you noticed that at the end of the day, we didn't really spend that much time on the actual goals of the city. And I would like to, if they were doing the same format as last time, I think as much as we love being with each other, we'll probably benefit by having one more day to do it. Or the other option was to be kind of skip the whole what our personality is and have us deal with our own personalities the best we can, and just go for the goals. So that's just kind of what my critique of the last goal setting was, is that I felt that it was great, but by the time we got to the actual goals, it was like, it's over.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Patton?
Yeah, so I will advocate for like a half-day afternoon on Friday and then a half-day or a full day on Saturday, because I have to work the programming show in Colorado, and somehow I was trying to figure out how to get that booth tore down and shipped, and then on a plane and back to Canby for first thing Friday morning. So that's what I'll be advocating for.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Eileen, what other fun stuff do you have for us this evening?
The last thing is, we are moving ahead with marketing our Canby Citizen Engagement Academy. So Jamie sent you information about that today, just in case, and this is really more for our home audience. In case you get asked for a meeting or would like to make an announcement, if interested, residents can go to canbyoregon.gov and scroll down, and they will find the Canby Civic Engagement Academy next to what's happening Canby slider. If they click there, it will take them directly to the website where they can apply for the program. So that's all I have.
Great. Counselor Stearns, did you have something else?
Oh, no, sorry.
That's okay.
My hand was left up.
All right. Thank you, Eileen. Appreciate it. Next is the second and last opportunity for citizen input. Do our two citizens wish to? No. Okay. Teresa, action review.
You approved the consent agenda. You adopted ordinance 1634, 1635 as amended, 1636, as well as resolution 1421. And you agreed to have meetings in January, on January 8th and January 22nd.
Great. Thank you very much. We do have an exec session this evening, so I won't call for an adjournment just yet, but I will call for a motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I move we move into executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660, parent 2, parent B, to consider dismissal or disciplining of hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent who does not request an open hearing, and 192.660, parent 2, parent I, to review and evaluate the employee-related performance of the chief executive officer of any public body, a public officer, employee, or staff member who does not request an open hearing.
Second. The motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Maldonado to move into executive session.
Discussion?
Yes.
Was it properly posted 24 hours?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Eileen was asked on how she would, if she wanted an open session or exec session.
Thank you.
Yep. Did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not for you.
All right. So motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor to go into exec session?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right.
Canby will now move into an executive session. Representatives of the news media and council authorized staff members may attend the executive session. Members of the media are specifically directed not to report on the topics discussed and the discussion that occurred during the executive session. City councilors are similarly reminded not to discuss executive session topics and deliberations with any third party. This includes, without limitation, family members, other appointed officials, e.g. planning commission members, library board members, etc., city staff and volunteers, and members of the public and members of the media. If a final decision or any other matter is necessary, the council will make that decision when it is in a regular session. So we will be moving upstairs to the Mount Hood room for our exec session, and if there needs to be further discussion or decision made, we will come back down here to finish that and/or adjourn the meeting. So Canby, good night, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Recording in progress.
So we've just come out of executive session, motion to adjourn the regular city council meeting.
So moved?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? All right, good night, Canby. See you in a couple weeks.
One of these days I'm just going to say